Hey, Chandu. Physics will be, well, kind of physics. It'll be later, but that's the main thing I want to do today. But I want to get through all this stuff real quick, so I'm just gonna rush through it. Shouldn't be hard. Well, actually, shouldn't be hard. Should be very hard. Shouldn't be hard. How does this work? So, if you shoot, you know, it probably actually tried to do it. Yeah, I guess you can't. How can I type? There's actually, yeah, let me open my water. There's actually I learned when doing this, there's a specific error message Twitch will give you if you try to time out the channel owner. They have a very specific message just for that. Time you out for 10 seconds. Uh-oh. I'm surprised it's not like, I'm surprised they report anything about it. Okay, start shoot. This is can cast. So after this, you have to have mana. Okay. I don't want to do this. Yeah, I'm only going to allow you to charge it once at the moment. Charging it infinitely is a rune. That'll be not right now. So, how should this work? I guess here... I don't know. Wait. Can charge. That matters. Something like that. If this... If you can charge, and you've charged enough, you're shooting big. Okay, that's probably fine. So then when you shoot, I have to determine, I guess, what to do. I think I want to do the mana reduction when the bullet comes out. That makes the most sense. So that would be this. Big shot false. Okay, wait. Okay, that's fine. Is a client. Big shot. So 2. Okay. I guess I should post in the Discord. On some minor abilities. Remaining minor abilities, what should be to reload. So this is if you big shoot, shooting big. Yep. And then the charging indicator is if can charge only. Well, yeah, basically, yeah. Okay, let's try that real quick. So, well, is that really done? And then, yeah, that's done because I don't have a way to reload yet. Using shadows can charge. It's supposed to. Oh, this shadows it. Uh-oh. Chargeable. Does that have an E in it? It doesn't look right. No, that's right. My mic doesn't look loud enough. Oh, I guess it is. Okay, Musketeer. So charge. I think it needs to drain the bullet as you're charging. Okay, yeah. That's what has to happen. Actually, I was wrong. It looks wrong. When you start shoot, this guy goes -1. Wait. Here. Okay. So then this is kind of tricky. This is really simple. Just when you want to shoot, see what you're doing, but that's kind of not how it works. So if charging and not. So no more can charge, I think. Yeah, no more can charge. It's charged. So also I guess I'll leave these. I hate how non-specific these names are, but oh well. If charging and not charged and get the delta time of this, it's greater than or equal to something, which is charge duration probably. All right, then charge becomes true. That's not right. You also have to have mana. And if you're charging and not charged and you have mana, charged becomes true. And again, mana does this. Is that it? And then if charging and you're not clicking, then you do this. And then I guess when you start doing this, this has to go back to false. And all you say is if charged. Should work. Now we try again. So now the mana/ammo indicator can charge. Oh, so that's how do I say this? If you have mana or you're charged. Okay. So now the mana should go down instantly. And then again, there we go. Yay. Now, yeah, does it go fast enough? Something about this doesn't feel right. Like the bullet feels too slow or something. Let me get rid of that. Okay, let's see. It's okay. Does dry work with OpenGL? It does. I'm using OpenGL. I don't know exactly what your question means though. But like, there's an OpenGL. You can use OpenGL and dry, of course, because OpenGL works in, I mean, like every language. It's like written in C or whatever it is, and so you can just create bindings to it. So yeah. Guess I need to reload now. I kind of want the bullet to be maybe way larger, actually, I'm realizing. Like, what if I do 4 times? Something crazy like that. So this is just physics. So let me do gun big bullet radius. So I'll just say 0.6. Hey, Bevan. Bevan, did I fix your iOS issue? It was you, right? Bevan. Yeah, that was you. Okay, bullet radius. So it's already taken care of in the physics. Scale. Okay, this doesn't look great. I guess it should match. Okay, one thing in. Let me go to Combat Manager. Draw attacks is true, so I can see what's happening. I guess I'll say bullet scale is gun. Fuck. I'll do this. Yeah. Yep, fixed. Okay, nice. Yeah, so it just was a color black issue, which is really weird. I guess I never specify color black anywhere on the website, so maybe just iOS Safari has a default color white for buttons. See a text now? Yeah, that's super weird. I mean, I made the website super fast though. I should have probably just said color black at the very start, like in the body. You had it in body HTML? Oh, I did. Okay. Got over my user agent styles? Yeah, that's fucking weird. Whatever, I guess. Fucking web, yeah. Bullet scale is a gun bullet. What is it called? Big shoot? Big shot? Then... I mean, it's this. It's just this. So in this case, then you divide this by bullet radius. And I guess just, I will say 1.5 or something. I think this is going to be completely ridiculous. We will see. Go stream elements, go. Okay, so the bullet's probably going to be ginormous now, which is kind of what I want, because I want it to be stupid. We'll see if it's too stupid, though. So this bullet should be the same. That's the same, and the hitbox looks kind of right. That is really, really gigantic. Oh, so that's another thing I didn't think of. I made the charging indicator work with your remaining bullet count, but where am I drawing those particles? This. If you're charging and Goblin mana is greater than 0. So this is if you're actually charging, or you are already charged. Then you do your particles. That's not exactly right. The charging just means you're doing the animation. And you always want to do the animation if you're holding the button. So it's actually, if your weight is 1, like you're actually shooting. Yeah, and I already know you're charging. So you have mana or you are charged. This is like the actually charging scenario. Maybe I should say actually charging. Okay, so now if I go back down to 1 mana and start shooting, I should not see these particles. That's the goal. Okay, and then charge, charge, shoot, and now... Okay, good. That's not so good though, because he's still... Okay, there's one other... Oh yeah, see, that looked bad. There's still one other thing to do. Ooh, someone entered the giveaway. So I need him to not lift up. How do I even do this? Here's what I think I do. This might look really bad. Okay. If you're actually charging, then you do everything normally. Can't charge mole. This is a weird name. If you're actually charging, it's 1.0, else I'm gonna say 10.0. So let's see if this works. I do not know. Basically, if you cannot charge, yeah, this kind of messes stuff up. Okay, shoot, whatever, shoot, and then, yeah, you just pull your gun up immediately. The shoot for that version looks really not right. I'm not so sure what to do about that, because like you're lifting your gun up as if you're charging, but then you do a normal shot. I guess it doesn't matter. I could maybe slow this down. That'd be interesting. So I could put this here, and then again I could have this multiplier. But this one would be if you can't... Yeah, what is this exactly? I can just name this charge mole. It doesn't, like, the logic doesn't have to be part of the name. Whoops. I also fixed my VS Code not able to save issue. Thank God. It took a while. So I want to cancel slower. Yeah, it was JetBrains IDE key map with 200,000 downloads. Is this thing. So this thing just did stuff, so like Control Shift N brings up the file name thing, and Control H replaces, and Control R, Control R replaces, and Control Shift Enter goes previous line, Shift Enters next line. So I just removed it, and I just, like, those are kind of the only key bindings I use from this thing. So I just added those myself. Yay, another giveaway. Thanks. Yeah, it had something to do with updating VS Code and that. So okay, wait, I think I'm doing this because I don't want to think. Let me actually do this. I think it's this. If you cannot shoot, I want it to be slower. I want it to cancel slower. you cannot charge. So yeah, this might work. So that hopefully you don't put your gun. The goal is right now what's happening is when you shoot from a non-charged or from a when you shoot non-charged from a charged pose, you bring your gun down and then back up. Okay, so I want you to not do that. Okay, that looked really bad. What even just happened? Okay, so never mind. It can do whatever it wants. That's fine. So next is reloading. I have to make you reload, and I do not. Let me check my files. I don't think I have an animation for this. So it would be best if I have an animation exported. No reload. Let me check my raw animations. Musketeer. No reload. All right, I'll try Mixamo because I don't want to pay $50 for some crap animation. So hang on, I'll say reload. There has to be something. This works. Oh, wait, there's two here. This guy like does something with the, oh, he's reloading a clip. That doesn't make so much sense. This is way too casual. This one's standing. All right, I'll do this one, whatever. I'll do quite a bit overdrive, and then the arm space looks correct to me. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, download. Keyframe reduction, uniform, 30 FPS with skin, download. Raw animations, reloading. Do I have to rename it Mixamo? I guess so. Alright, Blender, let's remap this and get this in the game. Ooh, we're actually getting a lot of giveaway entries, which is weird because I only have 13 viewers at the moment. That's good though. I did get at least 2 more wish lists yesterday than I would have normally gotten, but that alone is not very worth it. We'll see how it turns out today. It did take me a while to make this stupid bot website. So this is going from Armature 1 to this guy. Build the bone list. Fatbot, yeah, that's a good name. I wanted just Fatbot. It was taken. Fatbot was taken, CodaBot was taken. So it had to be Coda Fatbot. I guess I'll set his actual root as the root. That's not normally what I do, but... Alright. And redefine the rest pose. It's always fucked up for Mixamo. I don't know why, because they don't do anything complicated on their website. Like, why is it tilted? I don't know. Who knows? And that's approximately right for now. Then something like... I cannot tell. about right. That's definitely good enough, but I could do slightly better somehow. I can tell. Yeah, like that or something. Not that way. Not that way. All right. Oh shit. I went from 01. Okay, so this is Mixamo, so get rid of this guy. Got it. Now I have to like unfuck all this animation. There's a couple things. Okay, so it's basically all fine. It's just his head I don't want tilted that far down. The correct way to do it would probably be, it looked best doing it from his neck. So maybe I'll do both. So I think I need with parent and usually Z. Okay, that doesn't look right. That one does look right. Okay, so we'll go down to 50% like always. And we'll do something just a little bit to fix it. And then again, local space. 50%. Quick chiropractic adjustment. Yep. I didn't do this for the first few animations. I hate this song. The first few animations I did in this game, and so a lot of the goblins are looking like down at the ground when they fight, and I'm gonna have to go back through and fix that eventually. Okay. So he does this. He, for some reason, looks up at the sky. That's okay. And boom, reloaded. I think, yeah, this might be okay. I think there's a very good chance his gun is facing some completely ridiculous direction. Very good chance. We will see, I guess. Let me save this. And then I'll have to do some relative offsets again, which is always annoying. Musketeer reload. That should be all I have to do, though. Export this. No leaf bones. Selected only. Musketeer reload. Save. And FBX, whatever, batch file, Musketeer reload. Okay, let's load that. See, I do need to find a way to make this automatic. Here comes the lots of typing I have to do. Demolitionist. Oh, that's because that's for the throw. For it. Okay, that's fine. I guess. Kind of weird. Let's get your reload. That is Musketeer reload, I guess. Mixamo remap. Yep. Okay. Reload animation duration is this guy. So yeah, I guess I'll actually hook it up. I would normally just play the animation by itself and see how that looks, but I already have like, this class is basically done. So I can just make it work and try it that way. It's not hard. Create animation tracker. Start frames are. So look at this. Where do I want you to begin? I don't think this, because that's a clip. So maybe around 30. You do something at the top of your gun, and then you're done. So maybe actually 28, because there's an ease in. Done. So you do that, and you'll be done around here, 56 or something. Total animation count of 72. So your reload duration for one reload, it's gonna happen, let's think. Like boom, boom, boom. Okay, so like 200. Boom, 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 boom. That's like one whole second. This will be okay. Boom, 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 boom. That's only 3 I did. So it'd be like boom, 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 boom. It's a little bit over a second, isn't it? Yeah. So if I do 300 milliseconds, that ends up being 1.2 seconds. That might be what I want. All right, let's try this. Last thing though, this. Reload. Reload? Just reload. That's right, reload animation, yep. Okay, this should work now. I just have to make it so when you... Oh shit, what button even does this? I was holding right click that does this for this guy. Okay, that changes things too. Ugh. I mean, I have to do this though. So I'll call it charging reload, I guess. And that should be fine. Charging reload. I think that's all I need. So what's gonna happen is here start reload. You know what? I'll just call it reloading. I wanted to say charging because it ties into throwing the barrel, and it makes a little bit more sense than just saying reloading goes into throwing a barrel, but it's already weird, so I'll just keep the names correct. Reload anim tracker. Yep. The throwing barrel becomes true. Okay. Yeah, this will probably work. So what we will say, how does this work? It should work, I think, the same way as the fire mage. The fire mage, when you right click, you start meditating. If you let go, you end meditating. Okay, so I literally just checked the buffer duration. I wasn't sure if it'd have to do with the buffer class itself, but no. So this is fine. So if mouse right click buffered, musketeer start reload goblin. If reloading and... Is this right? Yeah, if thing and not mouse right, then end the thing. Wait, there's 2 separate calls here. There's end the thing and maybe start the new thing. Okay. That makes sense, actually. Because you can do one without other. Okay. Musketeer and reload goblin. If get the delta time of the reload anim tracker, is less than buffer time, which is called buffer duration. And you can throw a barrel, which for now you always can. There we go. Yeah, so this is fine. The other thing is, I guess I have to say, if reloading, I need a way to track when you've actually reloaded. So this will end your reload. And then I have to track. Wait. Uh-oh. Reloading is different. So reloading, you cannot reload. Okay, this will still work. There's two cases. If you mouse right clicked and you can cast, you start reload. If you can reload. If goblin mana is less than get max, which this is ammo. Which I guess the name needs to change eventually, but for the musketeer, mana is ammo. Then you start reload. And that's fine. If you're reloading, wait, otherwise, you throw a barrel. Okay. So now I have to track your reload and actually make you reload when enough time has passed. That'll be fine. Reloading DT. Delta. If old delta, how do I word this? This is the reloading duration. Okay, so I'll use that number. Basically, if this guy plus delta time, I'll call it next reloading. Is it next reload or next reload delta? Reloading delta. I'm going to try and keep it consistent, even though it shouldn't matter with floats, but if this is greater than this, that's probably fine. Then you actually reload. Yep. And then set that. None of this really matters. Goblin mana is min. Goblin mana plus 1. Get max mana. Goblin. And then I don't know if this is right to do, but I'm going to reset your animation so you start again. Okay, overall, this basically looks right to me. I think. So let's do your actual if reloading, or you have wait in your reload anim tracker. This is cancelable. Oh, and there's no middle. I think it's cancelable. Like this. So that's actually all you do. Let's try it. Chargeable. So if I did all my logic right, which I'm pretty sure I did not, when you hold down mouse right, I will reload, but if I'm already max like this, I throw a barrel. So throw barrels, okay? Shoot. And that did not work. I did reload, I just didn't see anything at all. Yeah. It paused and my ammo went back up. So why? Maybe 300 might just be extremely tiny. I'm gonna say 600 just see what happens, because it has an ease in of like 200 milliseconds and an ease out of 200 milliseconds. That could definitely mess it up. Which is gonna make it, if that's the problem, it's gonna make it trickier, because when you're continually reloading, I'm gonna have to do something weird with your animation delta time. Okay. Oh, another problem. When this gets set to true, this has to go to 0. Oh, and this is a big problem. Well, wait. This is okay. So yeah, this will be like basically like 16 on the first frame. This will be 0. Both of these go to 0. Okay. Try again. Shoot. 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 Reload. Yeah, so I should be reloading right now. Definitely am not. Oh, it's because this may be tricky to fix. No, this is okay. I think it's because it's always constantly spamming start reload. So in my musketeer, I just need to say you don't have wait for your reload and you're not reloading. Probably okay. Did I do it right? Yeah, it looks like it. Get rid of my bullets. Okay, well that was basically what I expected, to be honest. That was kind of right for the way I have it coded. The thing is, I think reload duration might need to go to 600 then. Let's actually try 600. Reload, 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 reload. And then throw a barrel, so that didn't feel so good. Okay, I get it. So there's two issues. One is I say... How do I even word this? I definitely don't want you to be able to throw a barrel like that. That's weird. So I think what I need to do is not reset your reload when you've reached max mana, so you can continue reloading. It's just going to do nothing. This is also a problem. By the way, did you finish the glaive class? Yeah, for the most part. I'll show that in a second. I think, do I really want to finish this right now? This is like not that simple to do all this. If you're reloading, kind of have no reason not to. Reloading and not right click and reload. This is kind of very hard to fix. So I probably fixed the barrel throwing issue because I don't want you to throw barrels when you're done reloading. The problem is that also I'm doing this thing with the delta time. Okay, I have an idea actually. This is maybe a good way to do it. Except it's gonna snap. Like, I need it to ease out and ease back in, and that's the hardest thing. I'll show the glaive class real quick because this reloading is I'll be done with it in like 15 or 20 minutes, but that's a while. I did the glaive class, and yesterday I added these little spiral air things you see all over the map now. Sometimes, like, you see little wind spirals like that. And so I also added that into the glaive class. Where is he? So yeah, glaive class can swing. And then when you actually dash, you see there's like spirals now for all the dashes in the game. I guess it doesn't look good if you're not moving. It's okay. But yeah, there's this, your 3 swing combo. And then there's a charge, like this, that has a cooldown. And you can throw your glaive, like that. And you can struggle to pick it back up if it lands in something. And after you throw your glaive... So now it's just gone. I threw it somewhere. Okay, it's up there. After you throw your glaive, you can punch. Punching man. The charge, yeah, the charge is nice. And the charge also keeps you vertical-ish to some extent. But yeah, but it's kind of OP. Also, the charge, I guess with the charge, I added this. The charge resets on hit, so you can go like... Oh, that wasn't close enough. Is chasing the weapon fun gameplay? I think it's funny gameplay. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. It's not fun, but you have to do it because you fucked up, so... You can kind of reset the charge on hit like that. It's kind of hard to do, so it's not that broken. But... Yeah, I messed up C even. Chasing the weapon is like if you really... Like, if I just throw it normally, like at this guy, I just have to go get it. That's fine. if I accidentally throw it up here, then now it's like way over there. And so there are some situations, especially on like not this map, where you can throw it off the map and you just don't have a weapon until you die. But I mean, the game is really fast-paced and silly anyways, and so if you end up in a situation where you don't have a weapon anymore until you die, I think that's fine. And then you have to punch forever. And oh, when you're unarmed, you also have a dash that you can use while punching. Except you're not supposed to be able to spam it this much, I realize now. Whoops. That's not how it's supposed to work. There you go. Punchin' man. In the actual final game, which will not be early access release, I think, there will be runes in the game for upgrades, and one of the upgrades is you can, when you get close enough to your weapon, you can summon it back to you. Something like that. So that will be an option, but I think for now it's pretty funny that you can throw your weapon away if you're dumb. And you're just shit out of luck. I could draw a line to your weapon though. That's an option. But anyways. That's the glaive class, glaive blade. Back to reloading. I might have to totally change the way I'm doing this. Or I have a better idea. Let me reuse this reloading logic here. Yeah, this will make it really easy. With a lot of this stuff, with this like ability, I don't know, logic systems stuff. Let's get rid of this, actually. Get rid of all this. You can, there's usually like an obvious complicated way to do it, and then there's like a easy good way to do it, and I think this will be the easy good way. Do you prefer tapping the PowerShell compared to hotkey and VS Code to start the game? I don't really have a preference. I don't like when your bottom thing in VS Code opens up to a terminal. I don't know, I just don't like that space being used, so that's why I prefer it, I guess. So kinda. I also do more in PowerShell than just that. Like, I have tabs and stuff, and I can regenerate the thing. I always make the terminal go to the right. Yeah, I don't know, I just don't like, I don't like the terminal being in VS Code, but it doesn't make a difference to me. So what I will do, this is going to mess up the barrel throw. I'm not going to worry about that yet. Oh, I could make this kind of cool, maybe. I can make something really try hard if I want to with this method. So what can happen is you start reloading when you're holding right click no matter what, and then I'll use the progress value. So if you're reloading or you have wait, you update reloading. Current DT is get delta time of reload animation tracker. Next DT is this. Actually, whatever, this is fine. Load duration. It's not great. I'm gonna say 400 for now. And I'll fix it later. I could do this up here. Let me try. Nah, screw it. This is like tied into animation. Okay. If you're client goblin and You're past 400 milliseconds for this animation. Reload. Mana, and then... So just this. And then... I think I can do this. If it doesn't have wait, so meaning basically this frame, it finished its animation. Reloading goes to false. So what will happen is that will let it ease out correctly, and then it'll set this to false. And then the very next frame you'll start another reload if you can, if you don't have max ammo. Gah. Hey Sir Mr. So this should auto reload now. Get rid of my ammo. Boom. Yeah, that looks a lot better. And the gun angle is stupid, and okay, you do start throwing barrels. Most people can't pronounce my username. Did I pronounce it correctly? So the thing that I did here that's kind of tricky is if you saw... Yes, nice. The entire reload is 600 milliseconds, but you only have to go through 100 of it. So I can speed it up. If you really... You could speed it up by about half a second total. If you're Omega tryhard Fat Goblin guy. So you go boom, boom. It's hard to do, Jesus. Wait, but when you start reloading, actually, yeah, that does work. So it'll reset your reload animation. Yep. See potential for Napoleonic-esque line battles with that class? Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. I think it could be cool, especially with explosive barrels and stuff. Can definitely play with teammates. There's also other classes, only a few other classes. Fire Mage and Demolitionist can blow up your explosive barrels. And Musketeers. Okay. So... this I want to fix somehow. I do not know how. I could also make it easier to do this gimmicky stuff. Reload duration, reload... What do you say this is? This is reload duration and reload... action duration? I don't know. I will use get progress. Get progress will be fine. So current. This is get start progress. Sure. Same thing. So I'm going to say it has to be less than 0.5 and next progress has to be at least 0.5. So now it's 300, 300. So now you can really do the juice thing with it. Otherwise, if you don't have a wait, you set reloading to false. So here's the thing I want to do. I want to make you not throw barrels except the first click. So I'm going to say... reloading, continue, or something. How do I do this? You and not. So if you let go of this, this goes to false. Then you maybe end your reload. This will be then after this. Okay. So that should just probably work, actually, just magically. So what I'll say then is also when reloading gets set to false, reloading continue goes to true. So this is like you finish reloading and you might go again. Yeah, I think this is fine. So if not reloading continue and the delta time is less than the buffer, then throw a barrel. I think this will work. What about this? When you throw a barrel in this situation? Yeah, this one will not allow it to work, I think. Only throw a barrel if it's this probably will work, but the logic feels super weird. So let's see. Throwing barrels, that's what I expect because I'm max ammo. Now let's reload. Okay, not throwing barrels and throwing barrels. Okay, good. Yay. Yay. That radius test did not last very long. Interesting. Oh, it's gone. I can't actually tell if I'm speeding it up, to be honest, with my reload. So like, okay, default reload. Boom, 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 boom. Shoot. Then, boom, boom, boom. I think I am, yeah. That's really weird to do, but let people do it if they want. Alright, looks a hell of a lot better than the last gameplay showcase you posted. New animations are nice, thanks. It's getting there. So this is done. Task done. Musketeer reload. Oh, except is he holding the gun at the right angle? He's not, right? I don't think, like, I don't know what you actually want to do. But you don't want to hold... Do you want to do this? It looks so stupid. Is that really what you want to do? I guess so. I love for us lefties. If you do... No, actually, yeah, you're right. This is right click also. Charging. Or right-handed. Oh, that's also still too big, isn't it? I made it like a meme and... Yeah, it's too big. I never fixed it. So I did 0.6. I'm just gonna go to like 0.4. 0.45 or something. 0.4 is fine. It's comically large. Yeah, that's fine. It's still like comically large, but it's okay. That's done. I'm gonna... Whatever, I'm gonna leave this spam until I actually go through and fix it. Frost Mage Ice Pillar. Musketeer reloading works. So I fixed all the logic with barrels and reloading and it's all good. I might do the warrior stagger first. Because I don't think it's hard to do that. And yeah, let's do that first. To be honest, I'm not gonna get to the weapon physics today, am I? The ice mage, ice pillar ability is gonna take me quite a while. That's gonna be very hard. The warrior stagger is not gonna be hard. Let's do new thing. So let me just try some animations real quick, figure out what I need. Like, Paladin would make the most sense. Let's see what he has. Nothing here. Knock down. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff I want to look at. Probably none of this is right. Hit body front. Hit heavy back and front. Let's look at all these. Okay. Somehow they all start in the exact same position. That doesn't sound right to me. Okay, sure. So what actually is happening? Oh my god. Forgot you can't do that. Okay, so this is something. Okay, that's a bit extreme. That's a lot. Not that one. This looks like the same thing to me. It like flips backwards, not that one. I don't want him falling on the ground though, is the thing. Stop falling on the ground. Okay, that one is okay. Maybe if I make him not move. Except he needs to go the other way. Like that. That one's right. And what is this? Okay. Understood. So work. Thanks for the follow. When did you begin working on this game? So I began working on the graphics framework first for my other game, Into the Spirit Well, and this is the same graphics library. So that was like 2 or 2.5 years ago, and the work on this game specifically began about a little bit over 1 year ago. Defense Break. Wait, that might be it. I'll look at Defense Break too. Let's look at Defense Break first. Okay, that one. That will so he gets his shield knocked out of his hands like that. This will be a natural property of that other knockback that we just saw. So let's not do Defense Break. Hit body front. So okay, so I need hit body back, it seems like. Hit body back. That doesn't look right. It goes out. Okay, why is it doing that? I could also just have all of these hit bodies depending on which side you got hit on. That might look okay. Making good progress so far. Yeah, thanks. Getting there. I don't have that much longer to work on it though. Steam Next Fest is like October, and I have to finish like 1 month before Steam Next Fest. So I'm kind of rushed. Hit head, front, back. Okay, that's not right. That one looks pretty good. So we suddenly boom. Okay, so hit head front might be good. That's what we just looked at. Hit heavy front then. Okay, no. Hit heavy back. Need note somehow. Hit heavy back. So now he goes boof. That one looks good also. So I might do all of these and choose one. Let's look at left and right. I might do all these and choose one based on the side you got hit from. Where'd they go? Hit heavy left. That's so bad. He doesn't even actually get hit from the left. He just uses the same animation, but it's rotated the character. Right? Yeah, just suddenly, boom, 190 degrees. Okay, so I'm gonna try for the very extreme one that will probably look best in an isometric-ish game like this, which is hit heavy back. Let's double check I got it right. Yep. So it goes ugh, like that. Go from BIP to armature, auto scale, bone list, import. I think just preset. Let me double check these. Should be no twists. There are no twists. Okay. And then pelvis is the root. Where is pelvis? You're the root. Let's redefine the rest pose. Too bad the directional hits don't actually look good. I'd like to be able to add a little polish to this by doing directional hits, but I guess not. Oops. That looks okay-ish. Okay. Basically good. Yeah. I think his legs aren't far enough forward, actually. Okay. Give it a bip. See, his head is forward. That's just what he does. Okay, so he goes, ugh, but way too far. So we fix that by grabbing his pelvis and locking him into location. So now he goes, ugh. And in the actual animation code, I'm going to reduce the weight of his legs so they're not off the ground. But otherwise, that looks pretty good. I need to fix his bind pose so his head is not like super tilted. This one, for whatever reason, happens to be local space with parent, it seems. Do like 33 for this one, and then go to his actual head. Probably local space with parent again. Yep. Okay, how's it go? It goes, ugh. That looks worse. I think because I'm limiting his head too much. And then what's happening to his chest? Okay, noted. So I can do like that. That's it. For this one, I can do a little bit more. Okay, this looks fine. Ugh. I think I need to fix his feet though. Yeah, so this is another remaining problem. For one, his pelvis allows him to go too far down. So let's add one more. Something like that should be fine. And then his feet positions. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. So I'll do something like this. Let's see, does that fix him? And basically, yes. I think I could apply a similar thing to this bone. Okay. Although it's not like it matters, because like I said, I'm probably going to undo his bone weights in the animation code. Seems like to me maybe this is not high enough off the ground. Okay. Done. So this will be stagger. Go stick it in the game. Okay. This is a generic goblin animation for the first time in a while. Okay. So how should this work, I wonder? I think I need to give it its own set of bone weights, and I actually need to put in some effort to doing this, so... Like, these are probably going to be 1.0. Thighs are probably going to be nothing. I think... something to do with his arms bending backwards. Which bones are these that does that? Pretty sure it's upper arm and clavicle. So like this. And then neck has to be probably just called neck. Neck 01 and head. Well, then head is automatically 1. Okay, so we'll try this out. I have to apply the stagger animation now when you get staggered, which doesn't happen often. Let me look at it first of all. So this is a good situation to debug it. What is that? You. Just like that. Except that's not what I need. Okay, I'm gonna try it. Because what I really care about is the bone weights. Just debugging it like that doesn't affect the bone weights. So I guess, are all staggers the same duration? So I have like a frozen last chilled time or something. This. So I guess I'll have like a staggered time. But then what do I do about its duration? For now, for the time being, I'm going to say every stagger is like 1 second. That'll be okay. Okay, so the next question is, where does the hierarchy of the stagger get applied? So like what animations does it get applied on top of? So definitely over all this stuff. So the question is kind of being carried. I'd say it applies under that. Yeah. Goblin carrying. Even probably applies under carrying another goblin. Hurt though, wait, but hurt applies after that. Okay, so I'll apply it here. If time minus goblin staggered time. Basically the same code. Actually, basically exactly the same code. I already have the animation duration. Thanks for the follow. What is it? Stagger duration. So this is stagger animation duration. That also, this is not how this should work. This is hit head front for animation duration. Should get it this way. And it should also be called, everything that's hit head front should basically be called goblin hurt. That's only happening in goblin. Okay, so let's just look here for hit head front. Yep, this all looks good to me now. Those are the only two hit head fronts. Okay. Hurt animation duration went here. Which, where the fuck are the animation durations that I just wrote? Uh-oh. way up here. Okay, that's not so right. Oh well. So I'm adding both of these. But I want to add them when I load them. It just makes more sense. Goblin idle sit. There we go. And then the hurt. So really technically, not that it matters, but hurt should be the first one. Okay. Turn bone weights. So also I had stagger bone weights and I had a hurt bone weights. Uh-oh. What was this before? Messed something up for sure. It is called hurt bone weights. It was always called hurt bone weights. So where does that exist? In Combat Manager. Oh. Okay, it doesn't matter. That's fine. So let's try it. Although, wait. What I'm going to say is... if... I'm just going to do this dumb stuff for now. If the delta time between this and the last stagger time is greater than 1500. Stagger right now. We'll try that out. So he's going to be getting staggered for 1 second every 1.5 seconds. Stagger progress. That is that. Okay. That doesn't look very good at all. In fact, is that really 1 second? I think the problem is... okay, wait, I want to fix it this way. The problem is I'm including these frames. But actually... yeah, how do I do this? Could you please show me the frames? I don't know why I can't see the frames. Okay, I guess. Let's see. So I need to start it like here. Or maybe here. So I would delete these two. I think I'm allowed to do this. I don't actually know. Seems like it. So suddenly, boom, into the stagger animation, and boom, I'll end it like here. I guess. Before I actually save these things I just did, let me try exporting this. Okay, so let's try it again. So it should be much more pronounced, I think, if it worked. Editing the animations like this is weird. It is a lot faster of an animation when you actually start the stagger, so that's good. But I think the bone weights are wrong, so that's the remaining issue. I think pelvis needs to be 1.0. Other than that, there's not much that could be incorrect about this, actually. The root could do something. I don't actually know. I'll just set the root to 1.0. So basically, the stagger bone weights are everything is completely absolute weight except his legs. Looks Okay. It's not like extreme enough. If you look here, he's going way back. Hmm. This is fine. The ease in is kind of 100 milliseconds. The ease out is kind of 100 milliseconds. Yeah. This is absolute. What if I make it literally absolute? Let's see how extreme this is. There's kind of nothing else being applied to it, so... That's not right. I guess I could check his animation mix before it actually renders. Well, wait, it renders right here. There's nothing to it. The only remaining thing is if you're being carried. Okay, let me still check anyways. This is going to be really hard to read. Oh, wait. Am I doing it wrong? Hang on. So for example, in the Musketeer class, when you draw animations... No, this says true. I think this means it's absolute. Animation. Yeah, absolute. Damn. So you have your idle, and then your stagger, which is true, and these are your bone weights, which are basically all one. That's correct. This is your... This looks not right. Hang on. The second value here is the weight of the whole thing. Oh, that's definitely supposed to be times 10. Interesting. Wow, it actually was bugged. I thought it would be something way harder to figure out. The ease out math just had a times 1 instead of a times 10. That's gonna change the hurt animation. Yeah, there we go. Boom, big stagger. Okay. Let me look at what happens when you get hurt now. Now the hurt animation might have to go back to being incorrect. Okay, sure, you can be you. Oh. Well, I can't see because you keep doing this animation. So let's stop that. Yeah, that doesn't look so great. You can see it kind of like locks back into place. Rabbit cat, thanks for following. So, and I will make it something like times 5, and I will do the same for you. So it eases in really fast, 100 milliseconds, eases out 200 milliseconds. Still doesn't look good. Hmm. 2. This one can stay 5. You know what? Fine, okay, whatever. I should technically be using delta time and not progress, because they're different values for each animation, which is odd. Looks a lot better. Yeah. He kind of bounces back into it. Okay. That looks good. Let's turn this into delta time values. Hurt DT. Which is this. Which that is cast float. It should be called stagger time when I'm looking at the other naming conventions. Stagger time. Yes. I needed to actually delete that sound file from my Windows System 32 folder, probably. Work. Thanks for the follow, Trinidadite. Okay, so here is the progress. So I want the weights to be based on the delta time. So this will be over 10, that makes it 100, right? So over 100. This one, however, not as easy. I'm going to say staggered duration is 1000. Going to start using this in places because now this is, whoops, what did I do? Stagger duration minus stagger delta time. So that's kind of 1 minus stagger progress. And I have times 5, which is effectively 200 milliseconds. So there's that. That's probably valid. Okay, now this one is times 10, which makes it 40 milliseconds. And this one is times 2, which makes it 200 milliseconds. So I also have hurt duration. Okay, let's try that one more time, even though the math should be the same, just kind of logically better. Whoops, you're not supposed to be up there. Yeah, so that looks fine. I have no way to make anyone stagger at the moment. So what I'll say... Whatever, I added it into the game. It's fine for now. I think I'm done with this. Let's move on. You can technically be staggered. It just doesn't have logic attached to it yet. That's okay. Frost Mage Ice Pillar. So do I want to do this or the weapon physics? Well, I'll think about it. I want to take a quick break and get a snack. So I'll be right back in like 2 minutes. I also need to check on my dog. So I'll be back.
work.
All right. So, oh wait, save it. Okay. This is going to be a little bit hard. I'm going to kind of wing this here. I have to make ice. We will subdivide a couple times. More than that. Well, wait, no, we won't do this yet. I have to like edge loop cut or whatever. Okay. Now, hey Goku. And now we subdivide a couple times. This amount of subdivision is probably actually okay, but I'll make it more because then I apply some random offset stuff to form with a displacement of a new texture. What the fuck? Which I guess I'm gonna have to edit. How do I do this? This is not the right menu somehow. It's supposed to be like a cloud texture. It's called sky. It's not sky. Maybe I do it from here. Oh, here we go. There we go. Okay, so I think I want an RGB cloud something something type soft color RGB. The sizing of it, something like that. Don't know what Nabla means at all. Maybe I want hard. No, that doesn't look right. Okay. Now back to this guy. We take the texture direction RGB to XYZ. Or is that not right? That's probably right. I think I just need multiple things happening here. Okay, this looks basically correct. I think I want like 0.18 instead of that. And then before that, even though, I want another displacement modifier. This goes first. This one is also a new texture, and this new texture is grayscale clouds. Something like that is probably right. Let's see. Trying to see when it turns into like noticeably divided noise, which is probably around this. Okay. So that is on the normal. Yes. And then we do something like just a little bit offset from this. Okay, so this might not be, let's go down like 0.3. This one might not be enough. Okay. This is okay for now. So this is the start of it. Now I gotta kind of make it ice shaped so that what's gonna happen is when you do this ability, I actually have to make more stuff after this. When you do this ability, if you miss, it's gonna shoot up from the ground. So let's do a little bit, and then a little bit, and a little bit, and a little bit. And I can do more. I guess. Okay. Yeah, so when you miss your ability, it's going to shoot up from the ground. Or not when you miss. When you hit your ability, it's going to shoot up from the ground and grab the goblin. Grab the enemy goblin on his hands and legs, so he's stuck. So it's not even a root. It's like a hard stun root. But you can still attack him, unlike the ice block. Okay, so this does not work then. Okay. Maybe I can recalculate normals. That didn't fix it either. Whatever. We will do this. We will maybe raise this up one more number to 0.2. Even though I'm scared of back faces right now. And this looks okay to me. I'm going to apply both of these for now. Oh wait, before I do that, I'm going to add one more thing then of a decimate. Decimate is important here. Kind of unscrew everything to be like more icy, right? So this is kind of icy. Yeah, this looks pretty good. Something like that. You know what? I am just going to save this as it is. So this is okay. Can I scale it without messing everything up? It seems like yes. Good. So I'm going to try to put this in some coherent scale where like it goes from 0 to 1. So I would want it to start. I guess this is okay. I'll figure it out as I go. Want it to start around there in the ground. That's probably correct. And then I want it to grab the goblin around. That might also be about correct. Okay, so here it is. Let's save this. This is, I don't even know. Models, this one is ice pillar. What do you call this? What is this called? It's not. It's the ice pillar attack, but it's like an ice pillar. I don't know, binding. Yay! Someone else entered. It's actually kind of working today. I guess because it's not buggy today. So let's export this as OBJ. with normals, without material, with UV coordinates, and triangulate. Okay. Ice pillar binding OBJ. Now that's done. We're gonna do the same thing, I guess. So I would rather just save this as ice pillar. And then edit this. Yeah. Or I can even do an entirely new mesh. Okay, so once again, I'm just gonna immediately copy it from this to this guy. Copy to selected, displacement. I did not yet subdivide. Okay, I'll subdivide first. Okay, now I'll copy this to this guy. So this is currently saved as ice pillar. Let's delete that. Now let's try to make this pillar shaped to some extent. Something like that. 0. That'll work. I also want to flatten this part. That's pretty flat. Then I want to make this part more pokey. Okay, I can start kind of winging it now. So I want to do some random pokey things. This looks okay. That's maybe good enough. So when I go back, okay, it looks like shit. Maybe the decimate's too much, or I don't exactly know. Guess it's this, huh? That looks better. It doesn't look right though, and I do not really know why. I would guess it has to do with I have to like grab the edges and make weird shapes. So like, not that. If I do this maybe? Yeah, that makes it kind of more interesting. Whatever. Yeah, whatever. Because I don't want it to just be a block of ice. I kind of want it to be skinny. I don't know why, but skinny kind of says to me like an ability that's going to hurt you rather than a defensive ability, I guess. That's my logic here. I don't know. It's okay now. This comes up from the ground. It looks like it should hurt you. I think it does need to be skinnier. What if I just... Something like that's okay too. Maybe not though. But it is basically okay now. I think I can try to do some of this better. Like this also doesn't look good enough. Well, this is why I said this ability is gonna take me a while. So I guess this one is kind of screwed right here. It shouldn't be that much something. And then I think I can make it less bottom heavy. I think that would help a lot. Just grab some random things and don't know how to do this, but something like that. That works, I guess. I should do it though, like grabbing a line of them. Yes. Gave up on the line idea immediately. It's okay, but some of this stuff is not right. Hey, another entry, thanks. Okay, does it work? Yes, that looks better. This is something. I might just go with this and just say it's done. Strength can maybe be more. Something like that. Probably okay-ish. Maybe I'll make it like that. Ice Pillar. That's something. Let's just see how it works. Same thing, triangulate normal Z. I don't need UV coordinates. I think. Yeah, I'm gonna not do UV coordinates. So this will be called Ice Pillar OBJ. Thanks for the follow. That's Ice Pillar. Let me also open binding. I exported this incorrectly then. This is the binding. Just normals and triangulate, no materials. Abilities, Ice Pillar, binding. Okay, and then one more time because I think I messed this up too. Selected only. No UV coordinates. Yes, I think I didn't triangulate. Yes, triangulate. Sets abilities, Ice Pillar. Okay, this is all done. Ooh. So, I don't think I have an Ice Pillar manager yet, no, so I will make that for the Ice Pillar ability. Wait, I didn't mean to call it ability, it's a manager. Lazy name. Flow 64. Initialize because now the individual things own their models. So this is an Ice Pillar model, which is instanced model of some GPU struct, which is basically what did I just do the other day? Yesterday? Literally yesterday. Is it this? No. What? There's some ability manager currently. There's a one single ability manager that manages its own rendering, like objects. But I didn't do any of these yesterday. What the hell did I do? Oh, it wasn't an ability. It was my particle system. It was the wind something manager. There we go. So this is what I need. This type of GPU stuff. Okay. Model matrix and progress. I mean, I could have just typed that out. Ice Pillar binding model. So there's two. Yay, people are entering. It's actually working. Okay, so this, I'm going to load the geometry file. So I'm going to copy basically how this does it. Ice Pillar geometry, abilities, Ice Pillar, OBJ. So the thing is, I already have an ice shader. So my question is, can I just reuse that? It would be in the particles, I'm pretty sure. Particles, ice, block, particle. There's an in progress and an out progress. So in the ice shader, this is missing some data. Ice block shader. I think I do want ice block shader. So the question is, I know this thing does some stuff with the local. How do I word it? It does some stuff to discard the fragments based on the local Y position of the vertex. So that would be local position and yes. What the fuck is this? Okay, so this is getting the angle of it for some reason. Okay. Between 0 to 1. That's the angle between 0 to 1, I think. Yeah. So the x value is the yaw, is what that's saying. And now is the boundaries. Okay, so I do have u boundaries y, but so this thing is expecting always that y is the direction that fades. So I don't know what the fuck the x value of this thing does. I don't even see it used. Oh, so it's used to sample noise. The noise is used when fading. Okay, got it. So the yaw value offset is a noise sample. Okay, that kind of makes sense, actually. So what this tells me is that because I have this hard-coded to y, I can change that to dot product and then do whatever I want. Yeah, that is what I'd rather do. So I was gonna alternatively for this guy. So this is in OpenGL negative z direction. I would have to do like this so that it's in the positive y direction. But I am gonna use a dot product. So I will say u bounds y. Everything that's this has to become u bounds. Ice block shader, ice ground manager too. There really probably shouldn't be multiple shaders for this thing. Oh, that's manager. Okay, good. So it all uses the same shader. Good. So yep, there we go. That was my computer, by the way. U bounds y. So now I have a uniform vec3 u bound dir, and I can assign this a default. Actually, no, because everything reuses this. Okay, so I will say local bound is the dot product of v local pos and u bound dir. This still makes sense. This is the starting bounds value. This is the entire dimension of the bounds. So this would just get replaced. The dot product of v local position and u bound direction would replace v local position y. And so if you pass in to u bound direction, oh shit. This is different then. I'll call it u up dir. I guess this is getting weird. Local up. Because then I have to have local forward. I don't like this so much anymore. And right. I could do like cross products. In fact, no, but I don't know what. Okay, you know what? I'll do this. This is fine. I'm just gonna have u up dir. I'll keep it as u up dir, and then I'll say local up. I won't even. I'll say it's 0. And then I will say if u up dir x, I think I could say is 1 even. Equals v local pos x. Else if u up dir y is 1, local up is v local pos y. And the reason I'm doing it this way is because local up, I have these values that have to be something. So if it's x, which it kind of should never be, I would say forward is probably Y. And this then has to be Z. That makes sense. If it's Y, which makes a lot of sense, forward is Z, right is X. If it is Z, which is the case of my pillar, forward is also Y and X. Okay. X, Y, Z, Y, Z, X, Z, Y, X. Okay. This seems fine. Now I have these values. So now this guy, in the default case, forward is Z. So this guy gets replaced. Right is X. This guy gets replaced. The radius is the length of these two. X, Z. Which is basically that. And... wait, I don't need this anymore. Okay, that's all. I've replaced everything. Thanks for the follow. So, up direction. Yep. Up direction has to change. It might be better if I say... whatever, I'll just keep it as equals 1. Okay, so everything that uses this shader, so which also implies everything that sets U-bounds, which is not just that. Okay, there it is. Those two things. The up direction boundaries, which for this guy, for every guy so far, is 0, 1, 0. Okay. There is that. Now, I will reuse the same thing, which is ice block GPU for my ice pillar, because I'm reusing that shader. Let me go look at this. Graphics manager. Yep, ice block shader. Coalface is false. Okay, I guess that's important for some reason. Boom, boom. All right. Ice pillar. So now I need ice pillar binding. It also uses ice block GPU. Okay, I have my two things. I have to actually initialize this. Way down here. Sure. So there's gonna be, this is not an easy ability to make. Ice pillar add miss. So you give it just a position. And I don't even know what to do with this. I'm gonna make it always come out of the ground vertically. I was thinking I could use the normal of the ground at that point, but it's not really needed. Okay. Position, it just has a single position. I guess it has a start or something. And then maybe time. Hit goblin. There can be a single hit goblin. Maybe. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot with this. So it has all this. So inherently, I know the progress into this because I have the time. So I guess I should... I'll use the context time. I need to start doing that more. Oh, wait. I guess, how is this even going to work then? It needs a team, and maybe... Does it need a goblin that casted it? Not yet. I guess I might add that when I need it. Also, you don't know the hit goblin. That's not up to you. So... It's a stupid name, but there we go. So, okay, fine. I'll just take a goblin. Whatever. Because I need team and I need client. So now I can get that myself. So Ice Pillar... time is yeah. Time is context time. Team is goblin team. Client is goblin is client goblin. So for now, did I delete goblin? Why did I? Whoops. I'll stick this, I don't even know, here. For now, hit goblin is nothing. It missed. Okay. So after you do this stuff, I will remove them, I guess. And there's nothing else I really need to do. For now. I do know I'll have to do cast time later. If time minus Ice Pillar time is greater than... It... what is this even called? It's not cast. It's fine. Cast duration. Maybe an entire second. And then if you get hit by it, maybe 4 seconds. Okay, we'll try this. That is maybe all I do for now. Okay. So I'll have a cast progress, which is this time. That's not right. It's this. So you subtract the cast duration and then take the rest over the actual duration. So, total progress. Sure. Shoot. What happened? All out of golden monkey. I don't know what that means. Okay. I'm just going to render it for now. So I can set this to make a translation matrix 4 at its position. That's all I'm gonna do for now. It's basically not gonna be right. I will not enjoy a dry stream to its full extent. Uh-oh. That's no good. Well, here's this now. Let's go render it. I just have to go set this up to render and then add the ice pillar when you cast the ability, which I actually already have that part in the game. So, abilities. Guess that'd be here. And I guess it seems like technically it's supposed to be called Manager. Ice Pillar Manager, and okay, let's do this then. You update and you render. It's ice, so this is technically opaque or transparent depth. Ice. Render. What font size do you use? I have a... Hey, why isn't it saving this file? Hey. Okay, maybe it's saved. I have a 1440p monitor, so 14, but on my 1440p monitor. So okay, I'm doing ice pillar stuff. I can try adding one now in the ice frost mage class. Thank you, no problem. Ice pillar. Cast ice pillar. Look, I have this here and everything. Chill delay. Set ability chill delay. What the fuck does this do? Whatever. So you set it at a position, which is your aim position, which is just this. And you give it a goblin. That's it. It'll add the ice pillar. It's already mutex locked. This is okay. It will render this thing, update it when it's done. It will render it and push the GPU thing into it. Oh wait, but it's not actually done yet because yeah, so it has an in progress and an out progress. So I think in progress, yeah, I'll set to 1. Out progress, I'll set to 0. That's what this looks like to me, to make it render. And then lastly, it needs all this stuff. These guys, the bounds, the up direction, yeah, the up direction for this is still Y. The ice pillar binding is Z, or negative Z. Uh-oh, negative Z. I didn't think about that. Radius, probably 1, time. The rest is okay. The bounds, not okay. Let's find the boundaries of this guy. I guess I would say it's like this. ish up to this ish. I don't know if it's supposed to be above or below, or if it doesn't matter. Surely like above. That is a big pillar. Okay. So I also need to fix the shader because it should support negative values, I'm realizing. So I guess everything has to say so forward and right don't matter. It's just used to calculate. I think it doesn't matter. It's just used to calculate yaw, which just has to be a circle. So if I give it a negative x value, it's just going to be I think it's just going to be going in the other direction, and the same for negative z. So yeah, I don't think it matters. Up matters a lot. So what I can say then is I can no, it is fine. This is fine. Yeah. Because if you give it a negative, this fixes it. If you give it a negative z, it's going to set the local up to whatever the local position z is. And then the bounds will just have to be correct for negative z. So that's all. And then it will get corrected by this dimensional divide thing. So okay, I think I'm ready to try it. So why won't it compile? Let's see. Because I mistyped this. That is a pointer. Okay, let's try it out. How do you do that? Left click? Nothing happened. Also, it looks like he's turning to the right to me to cast. That's not right, but nothing happened. I guess let me confirm it is casting an ice pillar. If time minus the start time of this guy is greater than basically 5 seconds, which is a long time, then remove it. That looks okay. When you render, you do all this stuff. That looks fine. Go through all your ice pillars. These I better not write. But it's... this math is confusing. Estimated out time. So I would say this value kind of goes from like 5 or something. Basically this whole value kind of goes from 5 or something towards 0. So then it subtracts it by 1. So it probably goes from 0 to 1. So 0 would be rendering it. Okay, so fuck. So it's right. Let me see if that does in fact print, and let me try the ice block, because it's possible I messed something up when I changed all that stuff to dot product math. Alright, creating ice pillar at something that looks valid. Okay. Well, that does work, in fact. I am stuck in an ice block. That is not what I'm trying to do, though. So that works. I guess... check these two values. One and 0. Okay. And then to 1. Okay, I was right. So, there's kind of no reason why this shouldn't be drawing. Uh-oh. Unless... position normal. Uh-oh. Pretty sure that's what I have. Ice pillar attributes. Should just say position and normal, and that's it. Unless, the only other thing I can think of, this thing needs a noise texture. Maybe I'm assigning it to the wrong thing. There's something to do with ice. None of this yet. Ice block shader. So that's fine. It's being assigned to the shader. That's what I wanted to confirm. Okay. So I guess let me start attempting to debug this. So the first thing to do, make it white. It is not there. It's... yeah, there's really nothing to this. It's just drawing with a translation matrix at the position. This is the most confused I've been in a while, maybe. Is in fact drawing it. I guess I could confirm. Drawing ice pillars. Sets the instances of this guy, 2 GPUs. And then draws. And that is all that the ice block manager does. Set the instances, the particles. Oh, well, this doesn't... this definitely does not matter. Okay, but I guess I will do this. Set the color right scope to false, set the depth function to equal. In fact, this is making it harder to debug, but... okay, I'm gonna check the ice pillar data exists, and then I guess I'll try render doc or something. You might want to try on the website, you can put in your Steam profile URL. That's more reliable. That might be a better choice. Okay, it's actually not drawing anything. That is interesting. Did I do this wrong? If the time minus this time, this might be. Casting at thing. Fuck. I feel like it's this, but I don't know how. Time, ice pillar time, and then... I feel like it's getting removed instantly in the same frame it's getting added. Yeah, Steam has a bunch of different things for usernames. It's very annoying. So drawing... Casting... Okay, 0. That's the problem. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. I know why this is happening. How do I even fix this? This is so hard to fix. I don't know exactly how to do it. I mean, I can fix it for my game, but it should be fixed generically. So what's happening is when you use the parallel 4, which happens, I think, only in the Goblin Allocator. When you do it here, this creates its own context, and I included time in my context, but it's not like it's automatically included here. So I guess I just say context time is time. Takes that, sticks in the context. That is fine, technically. It's fine because... yeah, only 2 places I'm doing this. This is my own game, so I can do that. But ideally, the parallel 4... I don't even know. Maybe this is what you're supposed to do. Because if you're automatically taking things from the previous context and putting them in the new context, that's not right either. Yay. Thanks. So anyways, that should fix it. Now the ice pillar should be visible, and that bug should never happen again. Yay. That's the ice pillar. Looks really bad at the moment. Let's get rid of all this stuff. Let's go into the shader, get rid of all this stuff. Okay. You would think technically this should happen like last, right? Because it does math and it can be discarded very easily. So, okay. Now what? Now I have to make it ease in and stuff, like the ice block. Well, now all I need is a Mac release. There's a chance. Like, technically, Jai supports Mac. And I'm using OpenGL, which supports Mac, and I'm writing my own engine, which can support Mac. So it's a question of if I want to make all of my DLLs exported for Mac. So I have like, that's all I have to do. I have like fmod's fine. WebSocket PP. Is that it? That might be it. That might be really easy to support Mac. So maybe. And also registering the Apple Dev account if you don't have one. Well, wait, really? I mean, I would be exporting it through Steam. I don't know. I think if you're talking about signing the executables, I think Steam takes care of that. Drawing ice pillars. Okay, so this will work and it'll look okay. I need to put in progress and out progress. Pillar progress times. You need a dev account to sign the app. Yeah, Steam probably does that. I'm guessing. So this times, I do not know what to do. I'm gonna actually use the delta time. So I will do just this, and we will. How is this? I don't know how this hasn't caused a problem yet, but this should be cast afloat. And this. Oh, because I'm not using it for anything. That's how it hasn't caused problems. So then I would take delta time. I want it to be like maybe. It needs to be really fast. So 100 milliseconds. 0 and 1. Out progress. So this might be more weird, but it's the delta time ice pillar duration plus cast duration plus the ice pillar duration minus the delta time. So this is like the remaining delta time over 400 or something, 0 and 1. Hey Mendoza, how's it going? Okay, we'll try this. So I have not done the sizing animation yet, but the ease in and out should do something. Oh, I was muted, my bad. You also have to sign executables like on Windows. Otherwise, when people launch it, it says this is from an unknown publisher, blah blah blah. I know that if you upload an executable that's unsigned to Steam, it will get released signed. I don't know how they do it. I don't know enough about signing executables because I don't care about that. So my guess is just Mac is the same as Windows in that case, but like I said, I don't have all the context to say how they do it, so I don't know for sure. Boom. That looked better. Looks okay. Something about this is like not great though. I think the end duration has to be faster. So I'm just going to cut both of these durations in half, I guess. I wonder how long I was muted. And boom. That looks good too. This ability though, I'm definitely gonna have to add some things to it. At the moment, it looks really weak and sad. Okay, well, so anyways, this is fine. What I will have to do is actually catch a goblin in it. So that would be here. If you're not removing it. First time I'm hearing of Steam signing Mac apps. Maybe it's Windows only. Maybe. Devs I know who release on Steam Mac all signed with a dev ID. I'd be interested to find out. I don't want to pay $500 for Apple domain ID either. Yeah, I don't know. If you have a Steam partner account, if you just message support, they usually respond like within 24 hours. That would tell you, but I don't know. How do I say this? I guess I could mark it like, yeah, I would rather use logic than try and time it exactly right. So grab attempt or hit attempted. I'll go stick this under the goblin. I'm just not even going to set that. It can't possibly have anything yet. They're all false. This is fine. If time minus ice pillar time is greater than the cast or equal. And not hit attempted. This becomes true. And now you can try to get your hit goblins. Okay, I'm just gonna wingless. It's gonna be... You can only hit one goblin, but okay, it's gonna be get hit goblins. What is the syntax exactly? Shape transform team. Shape. It'd be kind of cool if you could do this to yourself to forcibly ice block yourself. I don't know if there's a purpose for that. Well. Shape, so cylinder shape. Let me go look at ability shapes. Yeah, it is cylinder shape. It just didn't want to autocomplete. Or transform. At its position, and it is what? 1-1. Okay. Whereas I'd say this is like a half radius. However, this would be 1, and then that's a half radius. Maybe like that. Okay, wait, let me get it exactly right. So 2. So this is currently 1, 1, 1. Let's apply it. That's okay. And I'll look for like within this. It would be weird to hit your feet. So something like, yeah, this range is okay. So here's my radius stuff. After you translate it, 0.577, and this is my height. I think that needs to be a pointer. Shape, pointer, transform, and team. Team is get in the team of Ice Pillar team. If you've hit goblins, then Ice Pillar hit goblin ID. Wait, what is it called? We'll just grab the first one. Oh, except also, yeah, there's a lot to do. If you're ready to cast and you haven't yet attempted a hit, and right now I'm only going to do it on the client Ice Pillars. Hit the first goblin, that's your hit goblin. I guess it should be called ID. Okay. Let's do this. Let's mark him as hit. Let's get his ID, and then we will try adding damage to him. Add a bunch of damage. This is a very slow ability. Goblin. Client. Okay, client means if the thing casting the ability is the client. So the goblin, the client, the damage identifier, which doesn't matter. Hit goblin, it is a client. It has this time, the amount is going to be, I don't even know. Maybe just 1 heart because he's going to be stuck here for 6 seconds. That's kind of the main bit of it. Oh, I skipped the damage identifier. Fire is claim damage identifier. Time and a duration. So time and a 0 duration. This is before time is the damage identifier. Okay. And then the damage amount, and then the damage type is all default. It's just knockback and blood. That makes sense. Okay. So this is going to be a bit tricky to network, but it'll be okay. This is going to be pretty hard. This is why I didn't want to do this ability yet. I delayed it until now. I'll try this first. So this should at least just damage a goblin that happens to be standing where the ice pillar is. And that's it for now. Let's try that first. And then if you did hit a goblin, instead of shooting the ice pillar up out of the ground like that, we're going to pick kind of 4 random spots and extend the ice pillar bindings to grab the goblin. Yep. So let's see. Okay. I wish it wouldn't lock on actually right now. Yeah. Let's do it right here and spawn a guy. That was very close to him. How did that happen? Okay, that seems reasonable range. Okay. I will still be able to test the ice bindings even though he's going to be able to move. So the movement is going to be the hard part to network. The rest is not actually that hard. Kind of. Pillars. I'll call this pillars. This is fine. And then bindings. I'm going to reserve it to the same thing. It doesn't really matter. Except... yeah, whatever. Okay. So I still need all these values. That's still useful. I just say if ice pillar hit goblin ID, you do something, otherwise you do this. And at the time that this pillar is coming out of the ground is when we know for sure whether or not you've hit a goblin already, because this only happens once after the cast duration. Okay. Pillar points. How will this work? I think okay, this is not that hard to do. So if you've hit a goblin, you set the thing to the hit goblin. I'll do this way down here. Ice pillar points. Maybe this is hard to do. So first I will get pillar yaw. Pillar radius. Okay, so that's not actually the radius because this is going to put a lot of things at the origin, so I have to square root it. That's what has to happen. And then I'll allow it to go to like 1. Yeah, that's right. So the way this will work, pillar cast point, this is so weird. Ice pillar position plus vector 3, which is 0. I'm going to say 2, 0. Okay. Pillar point. This will be... I don't know how to do this. Doesn't really matter. It just has to get a random value. So like this. Times pillar radius. Position plus, I guess this thing can be implied as a vector 3 times the radius. Okay. Probably something's wrong with this, like it has to be negative, but it doesn't matter because it's a random value. So, from this 1 point, okay, I can also do this for all points. Ice pillar pillar points. I can now do something like how do I even do this? Distance, distant while attempts is less than 4. Pillar line. Okay, so I'm going to make a line from the pillar cast point to the pillar point. So actually, it doesn't have to happen that many times. So this is what I'm trying to get at here with the attempts. You get the delta offset of this thing, and then you can add back the delta multiplied by basically attempts, but so I guess attempts should start at 1. And then, yeah, it's fine. So it's testing a further and further line up to a certain amount of times, and then it gives up. And we just won't draw it if it doesn't work.
Work.
Bugina. Thanks for following. So this will go up to first 1 times, and then 2 times, and 3 times, and 4 times. Actually, so that's... I should do it like this. Delta, this is the delta, right? And then attempts can be 0 plus delta. Do whatever you want with attempts, and then after this, delta just multiply by 2. So it's actually now 1, 2, 4, 8. Yep. Okay, that's probably better. So now I have something, I don't even remember what this is. Physics. Get line intersection is just what it's called? Yeah. And you just give it a line. Static only true. Okay. Intersection normal hit. That's what it is. Yep. Sure. That's all you do. If hit, I'm gonna update pillar points actually is what I'm gonna do. And so also pillar points, pillar valid points. I don't actually know if these are okay points or not. Ice pillar points I is intersection. That is true. Okay. That's, oh wait, and then break. If you found a valid hit, mark the intersection point, set it as valid. Okay. It doesn't matter which pillar point is used for what. They're all equally random. So this is done. The assumption now is if you have a hit goblin, you probably have 4 points on the ground, even if they're jumping in the air or something weird. That's why we did this. Okay. Now we have to draw the bindings. Ice pillar bindings. Is that what it's called? Ice pillar binding. Same things, except this is -z. So, what do I have a message? Okay. Let's get rid of this. This is my binding. This is all in local space. So this will actually be positive Z because it's rendered to OpenGL. And then over here somewhere. Yeah, okay. And this is negative Z. There we go. Radius. Definitely not 1.0. The radius in local space is something like, we can say maybe whatever this is. Okay, that's done. So this goes to pillars, this goes to bindings. We will draw both of these. Some of them won't have anything to draw. And also draw this. That's about it. Now we have to actually position the bindings so that they go from the correct points. So I'm going to do them one at a time, I guess. So you'd say if ice pillar, what did I call it? Pillar valid points. So if this position's valid, I'm going to use this for, I don't know, the bottom, the left leg or something. Let me see what matrix bone transformations I'm tracking at the moment. I definitely have some. Right hand, left lower arm. Okay, so I also need left foot joint matrix. And right foot joint matrix. So when this stuff gets set somewhere. Goblin right foot index. I do not think this is a thing. How do I get these? Oh. Okay. So what are these called? Foot R and foot L. That's it. This is using the goblin, probably. Wait, how does this work? Where does this even exist? Hang on. This has to exist somewhere. Oh, that's a weird spot. But I'll keep it consistent. Alright, so the goblin knows about his feet now. And he's tracking them. All the goblins are tracking all their feet every frame, so that's all there is to it. And then, if you found a goblin, goblin transform. Oh, I have to get the goblin first. Hit the goblin of the ice pillar, hit goblin ID. It would be weird though. So if the goblin like suddenly dies, right? He goes away. So actually, what I need to say is something like pillar endpoints. Yeah. And when I set pillar points, pillar endpoints also get set is what's going to happen. And now when I'm rendering, I'm just going to go through and update pillar endpoints, and then I'll do a second pass here to actually position the pillars based on the data. So even if the goblin dies, the pillars will stay there and not instantly get deleted. So the pillars will kind of stick out of the ground and then fade away. Okay. Get the transform of the goblin at the time. That's all I need for now. If this is a valid point, I guess then this should be allowed to edit the pillars, and I think that's how you do that. Pillar endpoints 0 becomes transform the points. Does this take a matrix first? Yes. Of the goblin transform multiplied by. Uh-oh. This is not how the matrix math works. It's really close though. But actually, I have to. Why can't I? I'm in pose mode. I have to get the position of the foot this way. So it's his. Right now, I want his right foot. So I just have the matrix for this thing. I have to actually like find. Whoa, this feels bad. Okay. I have to actually find where his foot is. Like. That, I guess. Okay. Foot R. This y becomes negative z, and z is positive y. Transform that. That's your endpoint. Okay. Similarly, we do this for everything. Foot L. This one is just, you just make the x value positive. Right foot joint matrix. I don't think, is that right? Is that how you type it out? Guess so. Foot L. Okay, now hands. Okay. This is hand L. Actually, I should do hand R first of all, if I'm kind of staying the same. This becomes negative. Right hand joint matrix. There we go. And lastly, if this is a valid point, the endpoint becomes hand L, which is flip the X, and left hand joint matrix of hand L. Okay, I have all my transformations. Now it doesn't matter if the goblin is alive or not. So I will similarly again do this. If this is a valid point, I have both of these. So this is hard. How to do this? I'm gonna get the rotation, I think, of saying make a rotation quaternion. So first let me get the delta. In pillar in points 0 minus ice pillar points 0. That's the delta. So I can make a rotation quaternion from that, treating it as velocity. I think so. It should be pitch and yaw, which is what I want. Okay. Okay. So binding, I'll make my thing here. Binding model matrix is make a translation matrix 4 of the starting point. Okay. Rotate it. Or do I rotate it last? I do rotate it first, I guess. Okay, rotate it by the rotation I've created. And lastly, I'm just gonna scale the entire... I don't know what to do. I'm gonna try 2, length of delta. Because this goes from 0 to 1. So 2 might be too much. Okay, let's just try length of delta. So there's that. Binding in progress equals 1. Binding out for now. This will stay at 0. That's all I do. And I do that though for all of them. So this doesn't have any special math like these constants, so I can probably just loop, right? As pillar valid points count. So just this, I guess. If this is a valid point, you get the delta of this thing, you make the new binding GPU particle, and you add this into the bindings. I think this will work. This rotation quaternion could easily be not right, but I do not know. So let's try this. Does not match any... Oh, that's my fault. So when you cast your ice pillar, it picks 4 points on the ground randomly that will be on the ground, and then it will shoot up from there and grab his hands. Hey, look at that shit. What the? That shit worked. So it should be actually even cooler, like if he's right here. It should be sick as fuck. Watch this. Okay, except... No, let's try again. Whoops, I messed that up. Yeah, see, it grabbed it from the ground over there, and so he's like locked in place. Damn, okay, that's cool. That works. I'm trying to get up there. Why is it so hard? Yeah. It's definitely missing one at the moment. Oh, it started on the pillar. Okay. Nice. Okay, so... This might be where I stop with this ability because it works. All the complicated logic of the animation stuff works. Oh wait, but I have to do... Okay, I'm not quite done, but... You have to make him stop moving. And you have to make him stop moving on both his client and yours kind of at the same time. So at the moment, I can do that on the client, but I don't really have a way to do that on the server. And the server stuff has to be changed soon. So that's why I might not touch this yet. Yeah, and the ice block is like entirely client side, so this doesn't even touch that at the moment either. But what you would do effectively is say, yeah, when you have a goblin, you give him an ice block ID. And he does stuff with this to basically completely freeze his animations, I think. So I'm just not going to do that yet. But that's how it would work. I'll freeze him on the server so he has to stop moving eventually. And then I'll give him something like an ice block ID so he'll lock his own bones into place. And that's it. Then he'll stop moving. He'll be like sitting there completely in the air with his hands bound by the ice. So the last thing I need to do for this is this scaling progress stuff. Basically all the same as what I did for this guy. So I already have the vertical scale actually, so I can just I'll multiply this length by the vertical scale. In progress can become just in progress. I guess I should calculate like this. It's kind of annoying. Out progress becomes whatever this is. So there you go. Now, when I do it, the ice pillar should extend out from the ground to grab him. And then it should kind of fade out. Come here. Yep, it grabbed him and then it fades out. Yep. Nice, that looks so good now. Holy shit. Damn. It would look a lot better if he wasn't moving, so the ice would like stop wiggling. Wait, oh. Wait, so if I let go, I'm gonna let go right here. Okay, that's not... I get it. So it's casting the ice pillar at the correct time in the animation, which is like, that's how most of the game works, right? But I don't think that's how this should work. So when you cast an ice pillar, release ice pillar, ice pillar true. Okay, you should give it a target. And controller getting in position, that's all. Give it a target. And then ice pillar position is target. I guess I'll call it position. So when I cast the ice pillar now, that's why it felt so weird so many times when I was casting this thing. It's already using the frost mage, so ice pillar position and give it the goblin. So there we go. Huh? What? I never defined it. Ice pillar. So right there. Huh. I think it's technically right. I'm just actually not used to it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Nice. And yeah, they stay there after he dies and then go away. Nice. The other thing, though, that I'm not going to do at the moment is if he's locked in like that, and he dies, he should stay. It's kind of really hard to do that. If he's locked into the bindings and he dies, which he will, because that's the purpose of them, he should stay locked in until they go away, and then his body should fall to the ground. It's kind of really hard to do, but I can do that later when the server stuff is in place. Ice pillar works. Ice bindings work. Oops. So that was almost all the remaining abilities. A lot of the stuff I'm depending on the server rework, which is happening very soon. Mage, something, task done. So accurate weapon physics. I will start this on stream just because I can. Yeah. Okay. So the way this should work, all my weapon collisions are at the moment GJK. So you can see that when I swing my sword and stuff. When I swing this, that little shape in front of me, that's testing collisions with things. So the problem with the accurate weapon collisions is stuff like this sword swing looks like shit. And if I'm doing accurate weapon collisions, it's gonna get like barely any angle in front of my body. This, however, looks really good. So this will work. This one will work too. Okay, so the way this is going to work at the moment, when you're checking for collisions with weapons, it goes through, I think, the combat manager. This is what it should do: apply an attack. Okay, so I'm going to try to make this in a way so it kind of owns its own logic, and there's almost nothing to change from the perspective of like the character. It would make it really nice to do this. Like, even if I'm doing this, actually, even the damage identifier, but that, no, that can't be done here. Okay, well, everything else can be. So I'm going to get rid of time. Time is annoying to pass into this every single time. We will say context time, and instead I'm going to say attack ID. This will give you back an attack ID. So yeah, that always has to be passed in. Let's do this. I want it to be easy to swap this stuff out. First of all, everything that, so only this guy actually applies attack at the moment. Get rid of time, like I said. I will do that. And I'm going to make an entirely new method here. Apply attack with an attack ID. It will give you back an attack ID. And this combat manager needs to be able to update now. Because the assumption, I think the valid assumption, is in order for an attack ID to stay, you have to call apply attack with the same attack ID for every frame in a row. You cannot skip a frame. If you skip a frame ever, we're gonna remove that attack ID and give you a new one. And the purpose of the attack ID is to accurately get the physics collision, because you're swinging something potentially so fast. With GJK, you have to add in the vertices from both the previous frame and the next frame, and the current frame. Because GJK will automatically create a convex shape with just how the algorithm works. So by tracking the attack ID, we can basically construct a continuous shape that has no gaps in it. So that's what's gonna happen. Okay. How the fuck do I do this? Valid attacks. I'll call it tracked. And then also, it can just go up forever. It's never going to reach the max integer. And then, this is a little bit of a problem. No, this is fine. Because I'm going to have this be vertices, pointer. Is this fine, really? So basically, it has to point to one of these, right? But these, see, have these compile time definitions, so there's kind of no reason it needs to have these definitions, though. So what do I do about that? What does it even use it for? Oh, okay, it's fine, it doesn't take it. Okay, yeah, that's good. It's just this. Yay. So this is the current transform. It's the current transform, and valid. Wait, I meant to be doing this the whole time. Okay, that's probably fine. So on update of the combat manager, we're going to go through all tracks, attacks, and actually efficient remove these. So that's all. Actually all that happens, I think. And then after this, I guess I can set it now to false. And so what will happen is when you do an attack, we're going to get this tracked attack, and we're going to set the valid to true because it happened on a consecutive frame. Okay. Tracked. So I guess this can be probably a pointer to a tracked attack. Yeah. So this is how it works here. I'll do it like this. Break, you found it. If it's still not found, then we create a new one. This is next attack ID. Is that all we do? Vertices transform valid. And then after you finally definitely have it here, you set valid to true. Okay. So the old transform, it's going to be something. This. Oh. I will... That's not right. The old transform, I guess, will be the transform. Okay, and that'll start up here. And if you found something, it becomes its old transform. That's all. I'll call it previous. Previous is kind of better. Okay. Now that I have the previous transform, the thing track transform can become my transform at the moment. And now I have to get the hit goblins from my shape, but that means this is not as good of a method anymore because I have to reconstruct a shape, which is not great to do every frame like this. For all the attacks happening on the screen, I really don't want to do that. So it might even be in my interest to change this method. Oh. So I might actually write an entirely new solve UJK method that takes 2 transformation matrices. Let me see how hard that might be. It's really this that's the problem, right? So yeah, this thing only gets used by Git support. So Git support would just have to be able to take in 2 transformation matrices, and then, well, this isn't great. Oh, but it only, okay, this is not bad either though, because it just transforms the directional vector and then the final output. So it doesn't transform all the vertices. That's the important thing. So I might be willing to do that. Using Jai, I'm jealous. I'm stuck with C++. Dang, that sucks. I was stuck with C++ for a while. I feel your pain. There's probably a better way to do this also, to be honest. So I guess I will write a method that is basically this function, but like solve GJK multi, and it will take, actually, I guess I'll make it very specific for my purposes, and it will take just 2 transforms. That would be, I think, the fastest way to do this. Okay. Okay, would it be GJK bullet, maybe? It's kind of like a bullet. So the way I normally do this is this guy is goblin vertices, this guy is normal vertices. So this is going to be 2. That's it. So I'll call it bullet. And this stuff is all scope file, right? It is not scope file, but it's fine because, okay. Transform 2. So this is transform to 0, and this is transform to 1. Okay. Now, everything, I just have to have another get support method that takes in a direction and potentially two transforms. Okay. Yeah, this will be some 2 vector 3, which there's transform 0 and 1. This is probably the correct place to do it. Okay, now I actually have to think about what I'm doing. So according to this name, this is supposed to be the largest dot product. So I'm just starting with anything, it seems like. But I actually want, oh shit. Man. Okay, so I will say largest dot, which I guess is a float, and largest vertex, which I guess is a vector 3. And dot 1 is this. Maybe I can say dots. Okay. So I actually want the largest dot to be the largest dot product, it seems to me. If it's larger, set it to that. Okay. So if dot 0 is greater than dots 1, largest dot becomes dot 0, largest vertex becomes what the fuck? Okay, largest vertex matrix index. This is the next thing. So largest vertex, no matter what, actually then becomes vertices fixed 0, it looks like. Okay, we'll do it this way. Space it out. So if index 0 is larger than index 1, you set this to 0 and whatever, and then otherwise you set this to 1 and 1. Okay, that's done. 0 fixed 0, so I can use this as fixed 0, why not? Transform direction, okay. Looks good. Probably. Now we go through here. This is the vertex, the current dot product. So, current dots. We'll do this again. Do 2 for 1. Transformed direction 0, transformed direction 1 if I could just do 2 separate comparisons here, and that's probably the best thing to do. Yeah, that would probably be the best thing to do. If current dots 0 is greater than largest dots, it becomes current dot 0, and vertex and largest vertex matrix index becomes 0. And then again, if 1 is greater than largest dots, so it could set it twice, but whatever, goes to 1 and 1, and transform point of transform of the largest index. That's it. We've done our get support method with a double matrix thing. So this is for bullets. You can accept 2 matrices. And it should just pick up the right one, and actually it should just work. Everything should just work now, I do believe. I fucking hope. Okay, I think I have to add this to the thing. So I have GJK. So this will be GJK a bullet. This one's for third expansion. Yeah, that's fine. So transforms to matrix. Transform to ABB. Uh-oh. I guess I can do this, right? I can merge the AABBs. So you can transform them each individually and merge them, and that probably is the best thing to do. So that's my actual merge transform AABB because it's a bullet. So, okay, then you query the tree, check the teams, all the same stuff, and then where else is this used? I'm looking for transform. Pass in transforms, solve GJK, bullet. Get hit goblins. I'll just keep the method this. I'll just rely on this overload, I guess. Transform point. Okay, I can draw it this way. Just draw both. Okay, so I didn't actually add that much complexity to the actual logic of like what the CPU is doing, I guess. And not that much. And now I have 2 methods. This method accepts 2 matrices. So I will give you transform, previous transform, and transform. Okay. That, I think, is done. I think I'm done. I hope. So let's try it, I guess. I'll update the Glaive Blade class because his animations are best suited for this. I'm gonna have to change the warrior animations if this actually ends up feeling good. So this, I'm gonna copy where I create the swing effect. So it will be basically this. First swing. So up here in first swing, when you're swinging, this is where you want to apply the attack. The glaive start. I already know I want to apply the attack. Wait. Oh, that's not exactly right. Damn it. Let me look at the glaive, the actual glaive weapon then. So I have to figure out how to do the transform of this thing, which I have it definitely done before. So let's put this in the scope of the cylinder. So it would be, this is the cylinder. Apply. Something like this. Oh. And now I'll start transforming a local space. That looks basically okay. So this is how I'm imagining this works. This is what can hurt people. Okay. Cylinder position. I'm gonna have to find a better way to do this, if I'm gonna do this for every ability in the game. Which it shouldn't be hard to find a better way to do this. So this is, why is negative Z? Cylinder rotation. Okay, so this is hard. Is I'm gonna copy the actual Blender coordinates and then I'm gonna convert it into OpenGL. Rotation. I don't know how to do this, but I've done it before. What the fuck? This is right. I think. Yes. Okay. So Cylinder transform is make a translation matrix 4 of cylinder position. Oh, and I have scale. Cylinder scale. Those are my X and Z, and this is my Y. Yeah, that looks right. Okay. I'll do it in one go so I don't have to find a new name for that. Stupid fucking naming. So rotate this by the axis correction multiplied by... Oh, so this can all be... Something's not right. Huh? I guess this is literally the cylinder transform. Okay, this might be weird then. So technically, I could actually do this. I could bake this also, but I won't for now. So there's my cylinder transform. Now my goblin transform. With the transform of the goblin multiplied by the right-hand matrix. Don't I have that? So just... What even is this? Oh, I'm already doing it. Look at that. Make rotation quaternion. Look at that. Interesting. Okay, well, I'm not gonna use that for the time being, but that's kind of exactly what I need because I'm specifically modifying my cylinder. So I'm gonna try to modify my cylinder first, but so I just came down here to grab this little bit. So this will be U multiplied. So I'll call it final transform. It's goblin transform by right-hand matrix transform by cylinder transform. That's a lot of math to do. So I'm gonna comment this out. Don't know what the fuck that is. That's okay. And then I will apply the attack for the attack ID that I do not currently have, but I need. That's the trail ID, first swing attack ID. And by nature of this thing deleting attacks that aren't called consecutively, I can always pass this in and always update it back out. So this is the attack ID, and I just reset it back to itself. Now what? What else does it want? Shape, transform, team, client, damage identifier. Okay, shape, cylinder, shape, transform, final. I don't know if this one's right. Final transform, team. That's my team. Client, true. Well, then I'll just say that is true though. Damage, 2 first swing damage. I already have this. And melee AoE. That's it. Let's see what happens. So now my first swing should be tracked as an accurate weapon if I didn't mess anything up. And I did. What is the problem with this? Oh, whoops. Simplex. Yeah. Wait, what? Attempt to use polymorphic struct in a data scope. Oh. Shit. I think there is a way to get around this. I understand why it's complaining. Yeah, I think actually the way dry maybe should work is that maybe if it's a pointer, it's not actually strictly needed to have that, but I understand why it's desirable. But like, for example, if I just make this a void star, I could cast it back into this. Maybe. Which kind of that's what I'm going to have to do. Or actually, I could say 0, 0 because it actually doesn't matter at all. That's the problem. And in fact, wait, it's always going to have, it's not always going to have the same shape. There's one thing specifically that changes shape, but that can have a new attack to it. Okay, so I don't even have to pass this in. I can just assume whatever shape was given to it last time is the same shape being used this time. That's fine. Sackle. Cylinder scale. Duplicate class. Oh, damn it. Oh, because it tells you hit, which I don't care about for this guy, so I can do an underscore. Return true. Oh, that's also probably valid. So tracked always exists, so I always have to return tracked ID. I should say must, probably. Transform, comment manager 135, transform 0, 135. It's transforms. Okay, we're compiling. I need a glaive blade. Okay, yeah, you can see it actually works somehow magically. You can see the cylinder on the end of my glaive as I swing. I want to like, can I screenshot a specific thing and look at it in Photoshop? Because it should be rendering both is the thing. It should be rendering 2 frames worth of geometries if I did it correctly. Yep, there it is. That, so somehow it's drawing in the past when I thought it would be rendering in the past, but anyways. This looks pretty good. So the way GJK works is that, oh, my thing is totally frozen. Since I'm passing in both of these, it's basically drawing a bounding box. Like this is the shape that it's actually testing. That. So you can't skip anything, no matter how fast your swing is going. That was the whole point. So let's see what it feels like. Let me get rid of Photoshop. Well, actually, I'll leave it open for now. That one was questionable. Hang on. I see it bugging out. You can see one frame where it's like up here. I see what's happening. So I can start it here, and then probably I can hit him by doing this. If I do it right, I can hit him. Like that. Yeah. Yep, so that's, it's creating that convex shape, and somehow, oh, I'm never calling Combat Manager update. So this should actually be called like clear attacks. It's not really an update because this has to be called the order matters. So in the gameplay scene, after all of the updating of everything happens, so yeah, all this stuff. We can clear attacks here. So now that I'm clearing attacks, I should not be able to hit him from infinite distance away. So yeah, it is in fact not drawing the second cylinder up here anymore. To be honest, this I think actually feels as good as or better than the other method. The other method being this shape you can see right here. This is like my hitbox. It feels good that literally like right when the metal touches him. Otherwise, the alternative is this. The sword wasn't near him. Yeah, okay, I am actually gonna change him to use this for everything. So that's probably all I'm gonna do on stream. Meat. You were really slow carrying meat. I don't think this is right. I don't think you're supposed to be that slow. Is this why? Work. EXE, thanks for the follow. I think this is why. I guess I'll just fix this real quick. So there's a desired movement lock amount for that's totally different now, and there is no such thing as a max speed lock amount. Okay, so this is the max speed logic. Carrying princess, carrying rock, carrying whatever. Apparently, rotation lock still exists. It seems like if you're carrying princess, you're half speed. I think this is supposed to mean if you are carrying rock or meat, you're 75% speed. So I have a get max speed thing now instead. So I'll do the most extreme. How the fuck do I do this? I mean, you can't carry both at once, right? So it doesn't matter. I was trying to think like, yeah. Max speed times 0.5. Otherwise, if this stuff, max speed times 0.75. Okay, let's try one more time. Pick up some meat. Okay. This feels better. Yay. Rotation. Rotation is not at all affected. I think, though, that's because it was only for the princess, right? Where it had to be blue. Yeah, rotation is slow. Okay. That's it. I'm done on stream. Add bullet like collision detection for attacks on glaive blade only so far. It is not generic enough, but that's okay. So before everyone leaves the stream, let me try to find someone to host, I guess. Maybe someone is doing something with Jai or custom game engines, maybe. Jai. It is only me. Custom. Only me. Fuck. Retro Rowley and Godot. Hey, thanks for entering the giveaway. Not programming though. I, once again, do not see anyone to host, unfortunately. And maybe I just don't. Every day when I try to find someone to host, it's depressing. Everyone is doing Unity or Unreal or web dev. Everyone. Okay, well, I'll just be back tomorrow. So I'm gonna try and finish the first bit of this, so all the abilities in the game work with this bullet-like collision detection stuff, because it feels kind of good. I like it. It's very simple. I think I can make it generic in a nice way. And then that will be what I do off stream. Tomorrow, I'm gonna do... I did all this, kinda. So I don't know. I guess tomorrow, if I finish this, I might actually start on the remaining ultimates, which is like the warrior ultimate, the glaive blade, like pantheon like ultimate, stuff like that. So remaining ultimates, and after that we'll probably go straight into finalizing networking. And then so all that will take like just combined like 3 weeks, and the game is basically done. So yeah, I'll be back tomorrow.